Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. 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 Oh my god, I'm flat again. Too bad Valheim cannot handle too much. Well, it's not that Valheim cannot handle too much, it's that my PC cannot handle too much, so I'll be flat again for foreseeable future, I think. Hope you are doing good. How you are having a nice weekend. It is a nice weekend, right? Because I just I'm very late today because I was out with my family. Not well, we're doing something important. Sorry, by that I mean trying to catch Reshiram in Pokemon Go. Okay, look, the Reshiram raid only happens during yesterday and today, and because Sunday is where my sister is not working, so that's why we got a chance to catch Reshiram, and we got it, right? We fought against 2 Reshiram, we won, right? Although the second one had Draco Meteor as its skill, so we had a bit of a trouble, so we lost once, and then we tried hard on the second one, and then we won, so it took a while, but it was really fun. And I caught Reshiram, 2 of them, so I'm very happy, right? It's a good Sunday, and not only that, I went to the usual eatery, the usual local eatery that I always go with my mom, and then I don't know why today the 招菜粉干tastes even better for whatever reason. I think they added something into it, like one extra thing. I think it could be some sort of a... I'm not too sure what it is actually. I don't know, but it feels like there's one extra ingredient added into it, so it makes the dish even nicer. Not gonna lie. So Sunday is good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling a tad bit less eebier than usual, so that's good, right? That's good. And also another good news. I think I mentioned this yet. I think I mentioned this before, but Valheim, right? So Valheim, I added a few more mods. Yes, I added more mods, and now they work, right? With the help of Vortex, Nexus Mod Manager, and now the game works perfectly fine. I think I tried to open up and see if anything like crashes or anything would break the game, but thankfully no, nothing is like bad, so it's good. It's all good, right? Everything works. We have a backpack, we have the enchantment table, we have epic loots now, and stuff like that, right? So yeah, it's probably going to be a lot easier for me to play like this, which I would appreciate because Valheim is grindy to say the least, right? Valheim can be quite grindy, so it's all good. It's all good, right? So today, let's play some Valheim, right? And I think tomorrow, gosh, I'm not too sure. Not too sure if I want to play Valheim tomorrow because I'll be away on Tuesday until Thursday. So I'll be back on this Friday. So meaning there will be no stream on this Thursday though. So yeah. It is me going to Cebu to celebrate my friend's wedding ceremony. So yeah, and I'm one of the like 兄弟团. I'm one of his like team. Yeah, kind of a team, I would say. Yeah, team. So yeah. I'll be back on Thursday though. I'll be back on Friday though. So heck yeah. Luckily, the wedding ceremony happens during my off day, so I just had to tell my boss about it. And well, speaking of, I already told him, and he seems very okay with it because it's like a wedding ceremony. It's a happy occasion, so heck yeah. I mean, he accepted it very quickly because he saw this red letter invitation, which is like a wedding ceremony invitation. It's official, so yeah, it's not that I'm lying. It's real. So anyway, Valheim. I wanna play Valheim. Let me put this one here. Let this load in 144p. There we go. I think the music is at a reasonable loudness, so we get. I also have been playing Valheim in 720p? No, slightly higher than that. 1366 times something, I forgot. It's slightly higher than the usual 720p. Because the game seems to be a little bit laggier than usual, it feels like. I don't know. Look at that, so many mods being loaded. Wow. There we go. Okay. We good? I've also been playing a new character here. Right, so in graphics, I'm probably gonna turn down all of these. And then turn all of these down. I think this one I can put native because I'm already turned down the resolution. I know it looks blurry, but it should be fine. Alright, let me get to Kobo. Look at this little tiny shit. Right. I also have like, this one is like the dragon one. I've been playing another one. This one is to test like how the mod works, and I kinda got an idea how the mod works now, so we good, right? This one is me trying to play with my sister, but it doesn't work because I'm modded and hers is not, so yeah. There should be no problem. There shouldn't be any like rushes or anything, because I tried to open up this one, doesn't seem to have any like bad thing happening with the server or like with the game, so even after like the extra mods I added, yeah, we good. Right? I'm still in my base. I'm a Kobo, very nice, right? Alright, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. So what are our plan? I was trying fishing last time. Didn't really work. I think my plan was I wanted to try to sail around more and try to find sea serpent, at the same time trying to find maybe a floating island, or maybe try to find leviathans and stuff like that, so that we can have new things. Because I forgot who it was, but I've been told that there's like leviathans and stuff. So yeah, that's the plan at least, kind of. I miss my base. This one here, this one here. Okay, yeah, so we have this. We should have new things that we can craft here. This one. Enchanting table. Where did I put the enchanting table? I have too many things here. I mean, I can destroy this bed. Yeah. I'll put in the middle like this. Boom. Okay. So I kind of see, I kind of am trying to see like how everything works here. You can unlock more things here, and then you can sacrifice, to my understanding, most if not all trophies. So if I have like any extra trophy that I don't want, which I don't really have currently, because I'm currently decorating my house like that, so if I have any trophy that I want to just salvage or like sacrifice, like if I don't have any space here, I can just use that one. So yeah, Let me just put the fishing stuff here for now. Do I still need more gray dwarf eye? I don't remember anymore. Oops. Right, we upgraded the chest. We have black metal chest now. Right, I forgot. Holy. Okay, this is really good. This is really good. I like. Kobo likes more space. And yeah, I have black metal stuff, and I'm trying to use spear because spear pog. There is a few new punching weapons, if I remember correctly. Oh, palette is stronger. Need a little linen thread. Oh yeah, I do need more flux. I think I have a porcupine as well. And porcupine is like really fucking strong. This blunt, this pierce. Oh, there's ring. Well, I don't know what ring is for. So this is new, never seen those things before. Yeah, there we go. Vilebone Maulclaw. I need to kill bears for this. How would I know that there will be more bear? Like, I threw away the entire bear hide because I thought it's not used anymore. And now the game is like, oh no, there's more bear things. Like, okay. Bloodbag wetpack? A durable backpack still using waterproof blood bags. Oh, it's a backpack! Oh my god. I've been spoiled, oh my god. Hi, Brecky. And the belly rub too? Oh my god. Hello, Brecky. Hope Brecky is having a nice weekend. Yeah, definitely need more bear hide. I mean, there's a shit ton of bear in Black Forest. Maybe I can just roam around there and try to find some bears to destroy. Why not? And oh my god, big fluffy tackle. Blood pudding. I can make pie. Fine. Yes, sir. Oh, cooking. Oh. Shiny gold. My day is as boring as always. Oh. Honestly, yesterday and today, my brain hasn't been the best to me. Honestly, right? My brain has been a little bit on the depressive side. But it's only very mild. The reason being that because everyone is having fun at Firm and then there's me. Alright, there's me being here and then it's like, Now, of course I will feel a little sad because most of the friends that I know are having fun in Firm, which is a convention that I go to yearly, and it's like a day where I get to meet my friends finally. But because this year I'm on a very tight financial situation because of a lot of loans I need to take care of. That's why it's like I get that someone who has never been able to go to any cons, right? Then that must have felt even worse then. But yeah, but it's only mild for me, so... And I usually don't feel any other cons. Like, when I see people having fun at cons, it's like, oh yeah, good for them, right? Especially for those, like... Especially those... foreign con? The con that does not occur in Malaysia, I would be like, oh yeah, good for them, have fun, hell yeah. But Furum is a bit of a special case because Furum is, you know, a Malaysian con and I didn't get to go. So that's gonna make me feel sad a little bit. Yeah, it hits different when all your friends go, exactly, yeah. So I would feel a little bit meh, a little bit of a eh. But I'm okay though, I promise, right? It's only mild, so that's why I'm not really like devastated. I mean, I'll be lying if I said I'm not sad. I am, but it's not to the point where I'm like, oh no, I cannot do anything. It's like, no. That's why I mentioned it's like mild. I'm okay. I'm very okay, actually. And me being here helps a lot too. I mean, I'm getting spoiled every day. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, I should make a bag. I think it was here. Oh, not here. This one. Armor 1. I mean, this one is also armor 1, but it has resistance versus frost. It's okay, I'll make this one. I'm gonna need a little blood bag. More? Oh! Max carry rate plus 60. Oh! Really? My depression has been really bad the last few months. I can't get myself to go to brain doctor. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Depression is like really tough to deal with. Like, I don't even know what to do when it comes to depression. That's the extra. Ooh, okay. But yeah, I know it's not much, but I can only be here and hope that you feel slightly better. I'm sorry. I can put here. Oh yeah, speaking of, let me try sacrificing this one. It fine, I can spoil Kobo. Good. I like being spoiled too. Heck yeah. Oh, I can sacrifice Wishbone for Epic Dust and Epic Region? This one only get Magic Shard, but I guess we can use that. I'm not too sure what Magic Shard is for currently. I'm still like very early when it comes to the... When it comes to the mod stuff. Do I have two outside? I do. I can put this stuff here. I guess today we try to sail around the place. I mean, we have this carrier of 510 for I love mods. Mods are very nice. It's not like overly broken, but it does make doing everything a lot easier, definitely. Okay. Oh. Do I have more barley? I do. don't think I have more flux. Or flags, yeah. But I think I have it on plain smirk, I think? It has to be plain smirk. I don't remember much of the stuff that's happening right now. It's been a while since I last played this character. Oh my god. Spear strong? Oh wait, this is just a grayling, okay. Plain merc. This one. I think I planted a few flags there. And Kobo will gladly let Brekkie spoil. Yeah, it's there. Oh yeah, I have like planting. Yeah, I have the planting mod as well. Let me get the cultivator real quick. I feel like I run very slow. Ah, that's fine. Oh my god. That's so cute though. Yeah. I don't remember when I put my cultivator out. I think it's up here. There we go. Let me show you the magic of auto planting. Save time. It's so good actually. I think I planted like almost 1,000 carrots on my other character, and it's like, oh no, it's still way too many. Let's destroy this workbench and change it to somewhere else. Okay, so I can harvest like this, so makes things a lot faster as well. I can do area harvest, so that's one very nice thing. Oh man, this is so good. We don't need too much barley actually, but we do need a shit ton of flax. And we good because I can plant 1,000 things at once, so... Well, maybe that's an exaggeration, but I can plant really fast, is what I'm trying to say. So let's make more space around here to plant. I know that's a lot already, but trust. It's never enough. I will show you magic, the magic. Okay, let's plant all the flags. Whoa! And I can plant even more. Right control up. You see, I can plant more. And then just boom. Oh, I love mods. Thank you so much, mod. Oh my god, it saves so much time. Mods are so good. I'm crying. Look at that. It's great. I thought someone was trying to kill me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, this makes me so fucking happy. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. And then you can, yeah. Okay. Oh Wow, this is very weird. There, okay, that's all the flags. Now we can plant some barley. I think we need more space actually. Yeah, this is like the best mod. It saves so much time. Like I don't know if you guys notice, but whenever I want to plant something, it would take like so many hours, like so many minutes, or sometimes even like, I wouldn't say hours, but it takes a long time, and it's very tedious to like plant everything one by one, and having to care about like not having enough space or not. Well, now everything changes. With this magic. I should do 10. How do I rotate them? Well, that works. I think it can get a little bit buggy sometimes, but that's okay. That's all the barley. Oh, I got Brekkie! So yeah, I can area harvest, I can plant things, I can plant 2,000 things at once, so planting is so fun now. I'm glad I found mods like this. Right, let's get back. I need a shit ton of flags, that's why I did that. So I planted my entire flags just now, but that's going to triple? Yeah, triple the amount of what I have right there, so that's exciting. I couldn't parry anymore. I lied, I parried. That's really fast. Oh, I'm the best. Oh. Did you hit the bees? So rude. Alright, so we have backpacks, we have magic items, we have the mods, the planting mods and stuff. It honestly makes the game so much more enjoyable. Dragons. Dragon. Hi Brian. Oh my god. Did I use something here? Why do I have a hole here? Guess I'll put my cultivator here as well. Boom. Okay. Also, to my knowledge, if I put items into my extra, like into the backpack, it will reduce the weight a little bit. So this is 44. If I put it here, it's still 44, so I lied. Wait, I thought for sure it did that. Well, it's okay. We have more inventory space and that's good enough. I lied. What happened here? What? All skeletons fighting? Oh, they're just fighting and didn't touch my structure? Wow. Actually not rude at all. Also, how Brian is doing it. It's so loud. Oh, I'm gonna need more Ratatosk. I need more cured hamstring. I need to find the Swan Merchant. Is this Super Mario Galaxy music? This is Mario Kart World music. I'm not too sure if it's Super Mario Galaxy. Hi, Forgetful. Also, we just got done playing Thief. Oh, is it the... Oh, I think that's the one that Nexus was playing for a bit. Or like for a good while. Hopefully it was second fun. So, Nexus did play it. It looks janky in a way that I kind of like it. It has that good jank. I think there are new armor that I can make, right? Yeah, the Virebone weapon, or the Virebone armor. The Virebone is like a next level of bear armor. The modifier looks the same. Increased damage and regeneration, but weakens you against physical damage. Yeah, it's the same, just upgraded version of... So only nighttime at Plains I'll find some Vile Bear thing. It's only 26. Oh, I didn't... Uh-oh. Wood bone? Resin? Oh, it doesn't... Oh... I need to have the item on my inventory. Oh no. I don't think that's enough bone. So I get into a sword fight with two guards. The hallway guard hears the commotion and opens the door. Suddenly closes it and runs away to go set off the alarm. As it turns out, setting off the alarm calls every guard to go to the guard room where the alarm is and ask each other what the commotion is. There were like 7 goddamn guards in the room, and I found it later wondering where everyone... Oh. That's kind of scary. Oh, I have enough bone. Imagine going into a room with 7 guards. So we can unlock a lot of things here. Iron Bounty Token? A Thuti Iron Skull that commemorates your deeds? I don't know what this is. And I still don't know what that is. I guess we can try roaming around Black Forest at night. Oh, to find bears? No, we roam around plains at night, yeah. So that we can find the vile bear. Well, that's a plan, let's do it. I also want to set sail soon, but I just kind of want to find like one more vile creature. Like the next level, oh, next level bear creature, I think. Got him. Also, look at my plantation. It's getting hit. Oh no. 哎呦，操你妈！真的是我的东西给你打完了咯。Oh no, my flags! It's getting destroyed. Why are they hitting noises? What the heck's going on? Oh. Good job, now die. I guess I do need skeleton trophy for now. It doesn't reduce weight. It's so weird. It happens on my small like character though. Like when I put things in, it lowers the weight of that item by half, I think. Which helps so much with like how I can hoard things. I guess now it doesn't work. Oh. Oh yeah, there's also like identifiable things now. You can identify these items and then get the gear of that tier. It's so interesting now, the game. That's interesting. I know, right? Heck yeah. That's a tar pit. That's a tar pit. Yeah, that's a tar pit. Oh. Coin. Oh my god, what's happening? Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Hello? I don't think we need as much black metal scraps actually. It's too heavy right now. Okay. We already have like what, 5 or 6 stacks of black metal. I wonder where can I find the vile creature at night too. That's a 1-star. That's just dropping the items left and right. Holy shit. I mean, I'll take it. Hell yeah. Water. Water. I could take on that, I think. I might have to swim the other way around though. Hi, Evie. Hi, Evie. Hello, hello. Maybe I should grab some cloudberries. There. I should grab like 1 stack of cloudberry. Good enough. Oh my god. I'm like the luckiest boat. Hello? This never happened on my small account. Oh, character, sorry. Just gonna wait for it to come here. I think I can swim there. I want to take on that fooling can. Also, I hope Evie's doing good and having a nice weekend as well. Oh. Yeah, I need the skeleton trophy. I'll try away the bone though. So trophies now is very important. There's a use for trophies now. All trophies actually. So that's good. I can sacrifice a trophy and then I can get some extra like magical dust according to like what tier the trophy is. Something like that. Still don't know what the totem is for, but I'm gonna take them anyway. Don't do that, thank you very much. Oh! Oh shit. Okay, that's a lot of them, I'm dying. They hurt, run! That's 3 hit, right? Ooh. Help! The berserker is so fast. I need to get rid of some of the flings first. We got this. Take it one by one. We should be good. Too ranged. Might be a bit of a problem here. Treats. Man, the spears really hurt. That's really bad. Oh, there's too many spears. Yeah, too bad. I shouldn't have charged in like that. That's on me. I totally looked down on them. So that's their plan, right? Their plan is that's why the movement is like that. So they are trying to run around, and then when I'm trying to hit something standing on my ground, and then they will just proceed to like fucking go apeshit with their spears or like any range damage. I hate them so much. It's okay. Let's go take back my things. Oh, that hits still. I think my fist is strong enough to take you on. Good enough. We're gonna throw away everything other than the trophy. Why do I feel like so many of my crops are gone? What the heck? Okay, it's not too far. Who would have thought that the game runs so much smoother when I'm running on lower resolution? A lot lower resolution, actually. Oh, they all went back to... okay. Let's go get my stuff back. So how do we tackle this? I guess we try to snipe some from here. Lower resolution doesn't help a lot though. I cannot really see where they are. I think that's one. Yeah, this is what they do. They run around, wait for you to do things, and then they'll just like spear you. Am I not getting my coins? Wait, where did all my coins go? What the heck? Okay, that's a kill. That's the big one, right? That's two big ones, actually. Oh, there's one here. Poison's probably gonna take care of you, but maybe not. Wow. That's a interesting pose. Where's the coin? Am I not getting my coins anymore? What? I'm not getting coins anymore. I guess the game did break. Uh-oh. That's not the one I'm trying to snipe. Whoa, where'd you come from? GG. Are they gonna fight each other? No, right? So they don't fight each other. Uh-oh. Can they swim? I don't know if they can swim, but I'm gonna swim away. Yes, they all can swim, okay. If I can sort of try to separate them away, I might be able to fight them one by one, or I can do some damage now. Might get rid of this one first. There we go. Alright, Lockside. I didn't want to kill you. That's really fast. Charging in like that is a really bad idea. But we did get rid of some of the enemies there, so should be fine. The game really doesn't allow you to heal like this. I wish there's a button to just like drink the potion instead of like trying to equip the cup and then drink it slowly on the spot, not moving at all. Hi Tiger, they look big enough to just walk across the river. That's true. I didn't even think about that. Oh, Tiger is doing good. You're welcome. Alright, where's that big one? I guess it's stuck. Good for me then, bad for you. Well, shout all you want. Tiger is? Should probably cook some dinner, but I at least want to say hi and find out how you're doing. Ooh, I'm doing pretty okay. Had a nice day today. I caught 2 Reshiram today on my Pokemon Go with my mama and my family. I'm not getting my coins anymore. Plane. This is mountain? Oh! Mountain gear? Uh-oh. Quick. We are not doing that. I think the game broke. I'm not getting coins anymore. Thank you, Taika. Another shaman. Oh, I just got a red thing? Oh, okay. Hello. Maybe there's a mint that isn't making them anymore. Can they afford to in this economy? Yeah, Kobo version of Hawkeye. No, I'm Koboi. Kobai. Nope. We're gonna run off to, huh? Dick. Shiny loot? Are they all inside? Oh my god, another Quiffin today! There we go, that's coins. Whoa, they're destroying their own home, holy shit. Well, for a goblin, I guess that makes sense. They stupid. Cool. I mean, I'm getting this stuff. Oh. I'm not getting the money. Hello. You want to do it again? They're waiting for me to press the button. They're input reading actually. I didn't even notice. That's so fucked up. The moment I press mouse 1, they attack. A killer Eevee trying to nibble me on? Nibble the Eevee. Sorry, nibble the tiger. I thought you don't want to come out. I'm just here casually destroying everything. Doing what Kobo does best. Heal. I'm so glad it allowed to jump down. Oh no. There we go. That was unnecessarily hard. Is the coin I'm getting is just fake from them? Money. Oh, I think there's this camp. It's gone. I guess I can explore here more. My weapon still feels kind of fine, right? Kind of fine. Oops. Oh, I put my boat here and then I run to Molder. Maybe the bear would appear here? In the more forest-y area? Bonfire doesn't bode well. I kinda need to mix something to get the rested buff I wanted. I think I can just do this, right? So put this one, and then put this one. Look, okay, shelter. Then I just put this one here. Boom. So I fire, am I sheltered? There. Comfort 1, comfort 3? This is good enough. Hi, Dragon Colony. Welcome. There we go, rested buff, easy. Yep, that's another goblin camp. Holy shit, how did I even get past them the first time I came here? What's that? Legendary? Thanks. Rare unidentified planes gear, okay. So these are different then. I don't know what's the tier item, right? Is epic better than rare, or is rare better than epic? I don't know. Uh-oh. Are they chasing me down? No, right? They are not. Okay, okay. Can we search you? No. No. Maybe I should set sail. Let's go find floating islands and stuff. Why not? Very good going. Oh my god. I can't. It's okay. I have a few days to go, and all will be good. Cough, cough. Right. Thanks for the head pet. A few days to go, then I'll get released. Gonna make it return. Oh no. Please be gentle. Head still. Aggressive heads? Oh my god, heck yeah. You know, let's make use of the boats, why not? I have the boat here, why not use it? There they go again with their weird maneuver. Gentle jump? Aggressive galaxy busting headband. Galaxy busting? Oh my god, I'm scared. I have... Let's put one more here. Let's set sail to... Yeah, just go here. Let's go here. Boom. You're really not making it easy for the last few days, huh? Oh, drink? What's happened? Did you know if you compare Wait a minute. No. No, I don't know if I get all blushy. Oh. Those are loxes, I think. Is there a lox? No, that's not a lox. Oh man, oh, they despawn. And I can get the... No, wait. I will cry tears of joy as a threat. Are they just not afraid of tar? I think this one's chasing me down. Yeah. Gotta be quick. I think that one's also chasing me down. Oh. Are they? Too early. I had to do it. Planes feels more dangerous. I totally can't. So many headpens. There will never be such a thing as too many headpens. That I can agree. Never enough headpens. Bone fragment. How much bone fragment was that? Holy shit. I just hope my crops are fine. Or at least they looks fine, so we good. Look at that. Uh-oh. Still growing? Licks her leg? I have the leg warmer though. They get all the pet. Darn fine arm it is. Okay, that works. Because if it's my 3D model, then I have arm warmers. But I'm not using that, so Oh, there's rock and wood here. Oh, oops. It's okay. I'll put rock and wood like at 2 different places. Why not? I think I'll put the magic stuff here. We can sacrifice this. We're taking this for the thing. It's gonna take all the things out here. Okay. Sterling core. I'm out of sterling cores? Oh no. Oh, I can upgrade this one. As much as I'm leveling something else. No, no one knows about that. That's a secret. Legendary shard. Desquito trophy is legendary? Shit, okay. And then we can identify these. Oh, we need coins, right? I also need a lot of like inventory space for that. I think I could do it bit by bit. Like, I'll identify this 8 first. Oh, they have Fenris items here as well? So, yeah, how... Oh! So, how this works is that it identifies and it will become one of all of these items. So random chance, right? Random chance. It's like opening cases. Something like that. Except it's free. So, yeah. Well, free. Kind of free, I would say. What do we get? Barry's Hood, Wolf's Sight? Yo! And I got a stronger Berserker Scourge? Epic Fang Spear. Its block, its Spell Blade, and Elite Leech? What the fuck? Well, well, well. This is crafting skills, attack speed, regen. Oh, this one is adrenaline. I can wear this. Yeah, so we don't need this anymore then. Carrion Visor. Glowing Discovery Radius and Headhunter. Oh my god. Doom Treader. Fenris Legging? Glowing Jump Stamina use and Feint increased by 15%? Beast Stalker. Wolfhide Trousers. This is the one. Oh my god. Fenris Hood. I'm gonna cry. This is all so good. Oh my god. Giant Ages. Oh, this is Silver Shield. Block plus 9%, block plus 11%, parry plus 14%. Holy shit! Okay, so I would be doing this. There's another one. Troll Scourge, blocking stamina use, weightless. Imbue poison damage. But this one has block, Spellblade, and Spellblade. Nah, I'm using this. So I have this. Do I want this? Yes, sir. Oh, this is leggings. Oh, I can only choose one. She's cute. But it's so good though. Like, look at all these stuff. Oh. I'm wearing something. Wait. It's like I'm wearing a crown. Jump stamina, use poison damage and armor plus... Oh my god, armor plus 9.5%? This is too good. Well, I have to choose this one then. That's too much armor. Level 1, 21.9 already. What? I've been nuzzled. Padded helmet 32. I mean, 32 is a lot stronger, but this one has like so much more buffs. Maybe I don't need this. Headhunter... Darting thoughts? Okay, I don't know what... I don't know what that is. Oh my god. Oh my... Hi, comic. This one plus movement speed. I'll get it for the sake of plus movement speed, yeah. Okay, then we can upgrade the rest, I guess. Minus 11%, that's good enough. I think we can clean up some equipment here. Oh, I already forgot, but I hope comic is doing good. Heck yeah, welcome. I already forgot what I said. My brain is non-existent today. .5 armor. Minus poison damage, it's so good. Oh my god. Okay, let's identify more here. Actually, do 5 of these first. This is mountain gear, I think. Yeah, mountain gear. Right, here we go. Oh! They just got another wolf sight? Uh-oh. Attack speed? Block parry? Block movement speed? Whoa. I think this is better. Grounded wolf height. Oh no. Of speed? This is too good. I just wasted so many things. Oh no. I should have. Oh. No. I'm stupid. Oh no. The game is bullying me. Oh, okay, this one is not that good. Okay, it's okay. So we still take this one. Hey, Junoska. And then we have a cool battle axe. Chain lightning? This is... Valheim just got 10 times more fun, I think. We don't need this one. This one. I'm taking it for the movement speed. So now it's still minus 11%. I don't know what does self-critical mean. I want this for the movement speed. Oh. Well, I definitely run faster now. Can I bully you too? How bully how? Wait. Spoil the Kobo is the best medicine. Oh my god, yeah, please. Spoil the Kobo more. Nah, but the armor is too good actually. You know what? It's okay. I'm getting that for the armor. Oh my god. Wait, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. My entire head is being covered. Whoa. Oh yeah, we have silver knife. I wanna play with this. Let me try this one. Wait. Uh-oh. I'm out of silver. Oh no, I'm out of silver! Did you defeat a block boss? Yeah, I killed 3 of them because I hate it. Out of spite. Fine, we're not gonna use that for now. We still have a few more. Oh, this meadows gear? We don't need that. Red, yeah, plains, mountain. Okay. Silver sword. Angry's code. Let's sacrifice this one. Bloody silver sword of Valvarn. Legendary Fenris code. I'm gonna cry. But since it's Super Chin, now you just need to go to the mountains now. I already did the mountains. You get the chills? I double done. Oh, it's them. Alright, come here. I need your things. Come here. Holy shit. Why are you 1 star? Let's heal up for a bit. What do you mean 8 required? Oh no. You can chill. What? So, I don't know why when I cannot... Wait, is the magic item shit? Because like I cannot attack with them. Oh, my house is getting destroyed. Great. Oh, great. Oh, this is just great. We don't parry that. We parry these. Oh no. Great. Yeah, come here, come here, come here. It only parry this. So, all the things that I got is useless? What do you mean Aether required? I cannot attack with this. Bloodletting? When I attack with this, I die. What? Excuse me? Oh shit, this is really strong. Wow, okay. What's the point? I'm absolutely being trolled. So what? If I attack with this, I'm gonna get poisoned? No, this one I can use it normally. So I can use... I am so confused. Did I just hear howling? Or am I getting schizo? Yeah, I mean I just got the mod, but I didn't know anything about these. So bloodletting means that it's gonna kill me with whenever I hit. Okay, so that's what bloodletting means. Okay, so Aether Leech requires Aether, and I don't know what Aether is, so I can use that. I can use this. Imbue poison damage means that it imbues poison damage with extra poison damage, I think. So I wasted a lot of things actually. The block and parry is good. We don't need this. Wait, I cannot use this actually. Okay. I need to get silver again. Well, time for more fire grinding, I guess. Why？ 你阿妈几张好，你们一个两个只想拆家是吗？鸡巴干真的是烦死了你们！ Alright, we good. If you're howling, call the authorities. That's a 365 or 350 fine? Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, this one I cannot use. I don't want to use that one. The rest is fine. Glowing discovery radius. Oh, I really am glowing. Wow. I kind of like this. I want to be shiny. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's be shiny. But I want to wear this. This is like too good. This is the coat as well. It's the chest armor. Aether is the magic of this world. Some sort of stamina meter or something? Maybe? Well, we're here to discover things then. I can use swords, so I'm putting this away. I don't want bloodletting as well. Weapon, I'll be using this one. Giant Aegis is really strong. Let's upgrade this one. I think I can upgrade some. I lied. I can't even upgrade. I need Fenris hair. Ow! I don't even know silver. I need so much silver. Well, time to get more silver. Again. I mean, they're dumb, that's what they get. I'm a shiny Pokeball. Mountain plains. Okay, we identify those two. Arctic Sherpa pack. An Arctic backpack fits for long treks to... Oh! Item weight minus 45%! Wait, this might be it. Oh my god, can I upgrade that? Whoa. Oh, it's not here. I need silver, god damn it. So does it reduce item weight now? This is 16.2. So it doesn't, okay. Oh, it reduced the item weight of that oh, okay, I get it, okay. Just check out, I mean, these... Wait, I can sacrifice these things, what am I doing? Lightning damage, armor plus 15%, armor plus 11%, health plus 11, durability plus 60%. Yeah, I'm just wearing this. Plus speed as well. Yeah, plus speed. Now it's only minus 2%. This one minus... Oh, this one doesn't minus speed. Okay. So the only one that's minusing speed is this one. This one is minus 5, this is plus 3. Oh yeah, it is minus 2, okay. So let's see, well, I'm okay with this. I like to be shiny bold. Okay, put the magic stuff here. So we destroy these ones. The one that I don't want to destroy. Attack stamina use -7. Oh! Parry window plus 69 ms? Nice. I cannot use sword though, sadly, so I cannot use this. I can use sword because of like janky hitbox, so that's why. What if I get 2 glowing? Will I get mega glowing? No, okay. Right, let's go destroy those. Epic essence, rare essence. Still, I don't know what these things are for, but I'm keeping them. Maybe they're very important in the future. That backpack has stuff in it. Thor saved it for you. Oh. What? Did I put Fooling Totem in there? No? There's nothing there. Thor, you lied to me. But Thor spit this out though. What is that used for? I guess I'll find out soon. Yeah, I have a lot of Falling Totem here. How do I get silver again? I think I should go to Molder. Maybe here's a little shiny. Or I can go back to Portal A and get more. Yeah, let's go to Portal A. Time to get more silver shiny. There's so much silver. Oh. Wait. Wait. No, it... Huh. Yeah, it does. Okay, it totally does. It totally... Look at that. Holy... Okay, that's so fucking good. I didn't realize. Oh my god. I can take so much ore. Oh my god, I'm cheating. I could just do this and take more. And I have too many rocks, just make a rock pile anywhere and just like continue doing it. If you say mine with every swing, you'll be right in several ways. Mine. 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 Mine and mine. It's mine and I'm mining. That's a huge silver vein. Oh. Hello, excuse-moi. What is going on? Oh, they drop previous gear items. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense, right? And makes it fair and balanced. Get sniped. Those dragons clearly dispute your claim. Well, they would be wrong, but I still love them though. Because they're Tekken. That is insane. Look at how much silver and holy. I went from 31 silver to now about 2 stacks of silver that I can carry at once. Did I hear something again? Yeah, I do. Too bad. That's a lot of silver, I know, right? Well, not enough, but still I want more. I don't need too much freezing glands, actually. Let me just throw them away. Oh! Mine. Shiny. Shiny. You know, I love cheating, I guess. Cheating doesn't sound too bad. I mean, I went from 31... I can carry 31 silver to now about 3 stacks. I'll take it. Rar, more Val... Oh my god, Celeste! Hi, Tekken. More Valheim. I have the epic loot mod now, so I have a bunch of like legendary gears or something like that, and it's making the game a lot more fun, and I have backpacks and stuff. It's so good, oh my god. Also hope Celeste is doing good. Welcome. Time to smelt and give me all the silver. I still have a lot of coal, so that's fine. It is time for you to admire your resident dragon. I would always love to admire dragon. And of course Celeste too. I think I need money for this. I need like a few coins to identify the things. Abyssal Razor? Abyssal Harpoon? The Ocean's Wrath? What? These are swamp gear? Well, if I can, I'm just gonna look at Celeste. Iron Tower Shield. Immovable, weightless, weightless. Oh, meaning if no, wait. Weight 0. Wait, holy shit. That's kinda good though. But not really. I don't need that anymore. I have a very strong thing. Let's sacrifice this one. Nice. Finishing up preparations for tomorrow's stream on my end. It is one of your a very special stream, if I remember correctly, right? Do I need more silver? I mean 3 stacks? I guess with the new looting system, I don't mind getting more silver, I guess. Yeah, let's go get a few more stacks of silver. It's time to mine again. This music is making me very happy. This feels like a mining music and I'm very happy about it. Mine. Oh my god, mine. Such a big silver thing. It totally is mining music, I know, right? It's so good. God, modded Valheim is such a blessing, honestly. Oh, I thought I heard something. Hmm? 怎么？听到？今天会慢一点。今晚大概几点呢？有点快啊！看一下，现在都已经3点半了。赶进度，看5点半6点这样子，我看能不能哦。可以的话，我就可能我早一点玩；没有的话，我就没有的话，你们也可以自己去吃，也不用紧了。哦，很难讲，现在。我现在也很难讲。 Hmm. À, tao lưu tiền. Okay, okay, okay. À, 推点的也可以，也可以。Ay, ay, ay, ay. I'm back. Sorry, I had to check with my sister for a bit. So that's a little bit awkward. There's family dinner tonight, but I still want to play more. They say there's going to be like a family dinner at 6, and asking if I could join. I mean, I would love to join family dinner, right? But I also would love to play more Power. It's such a tough choice too. Family dinner sounds like an awesome time. It honestly is. I love my family dinner, even though yes, there are some troubled individual in my family, but I still love my family, most of them. Right? I'm going to family dinner, come back after and stream more. I never tried streaming twice a day. I wonder how that would feel. Streaming twice a day. Want me to find out? Oh, hungry boat. You! You are dead. You are so dead. I hate that thing. Trying to destroy my thing without asking me? God. How rude can one be? Crazy. Alright, we're good. And Valheim will always be here afterwards. Family dinner happens only during a specific time. That honestly is very true. Like, the most sensible, like... You're right. I should probably go for family dinner. I... maybe would try to stream again, but chances are extremely low though, I feel like. Because I feel like I do kind of want to have a bit of a me time sometimes as well. I mean, even though this is like a very me time already. I don't know. Like, this is as me as it gets, honestly. Oh. Do I need more of these? No. Do I need these? No. It's Sunday. Nobody else streams on Sunday night, so it will be good for Kobo to stream. I'll think about it, honestly. If I do stream, guess I'll just... I mean, I'll do it as like the normal one, like announcing it on Discord or something like that. What if I don't stream and then just admire dragons instead? Admire dragons instead is crazy. rock too heavy. I better go shower and then make my dinner too. Enjoy free noms. Thank you, Evie. Have a good shower as well. Time to get back. Brecky, admirable dragon, very cute, very squishy and green. I know, right? Zri, hi Zri. Oh my god, weird. Well, speaking of admiring Bracky, here, let me do something real quick. Haha. I think this would be my version of admiring, I guess. Done. Also, hope Zri is doing good. Oh my god. Heck yeah. Kobo been spoiled. Yeah, let's upgrade this one. And I need more. Oh, I need more ancient bark? Ancient bark? I didn't expect that. I mean, I can always go to the swamp, I guess. Oh, it minus movement speed. It increases carry weight? When? I like poop. I've been poop. Ice cream. I'm just gonna make some pie. I don't want to make 5 in... Yeah, I don't think I need to make 5 in a row. Just make 4. Oh my god. The dragon liar. I cannot lie, but I can yip. Yip with the question mark. Maybe it's time to get more wood somewhere. I think that should be a little bit enough stone. It could last for a bit. Oh yeah, my pie, oh oh. We got him. Need more silver. Is this Yoshi's Island on Mario Kart? I think it is. Max carry plus 80. Movement speed minus 4. Item weight minus 45%. That's pretty good. Definitely need more coal. Something is killing something, I heard. Alright, let's obliterate this thing. I don't think there's anything else I need to obliterate. Yep. Give me coal. Give me coal. You... All that you gave me 3 coal? You absolute stingy ass store. Oh my god. All of that you gave me. I'm gonna... I'm not angry. Ooh. Hi Rollins, it did give you coal? 3! I gave them like all the good stuff. They gave me 3 coal. Excuse me? Brotan, why are you here? I guess I cannot dodge that. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I don't know why this thing is here, but I guess that thing is here. I'm just trying to cut trees and then there's like... there's like... whatever ice noises are going on. Well, I guess now I know what's going on. And got some mega loot here. He didn't say how many you won. Well, out of all of that offering, I couldn't say how many I won. Because it's Thor, they didn't even offer any communication tools. Why do I feather fall? Whoa. My tail? I love that tail. Well, I don't know where that feather fall came from, but... is it from this? I like Featherfall. Ice Furry Wolf Husband. Whoa. Did that make you want to draw something, Lens? Give wood. I mean, I have to give it to that wolf boss though. They were so respectful. Why is the music so loud? Oh, I know why it's so loud. Okay. Party Mario? Mario Party? You missed that game? That was Mario Kart World, folks. Bling! Oh my god, bling. A routine raid? I noticed you were playing routine too. How was the routine? What's the game about? Hi sir, looks a lot relatable. How was stream? How was stream? I'm faster than you, haha. I'm gonna do it. It's the moon but fucked. It's awesome. You need to play it. It's the moon but fucked. Is it the moon based Lambda game? Question mark? Is it like a horror game? Oh yeah, also welcome in Raiders. I'm Tiora, I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. No, it's a survival horror but it's so good. Survival horror? Ooh. I've waited for that game for 14 years! Oh, that's crazy. 14 years and then it finally came out. Oh. Styx Highway, hi. Purple dragon person? Oh, I just upgraded to become a dragon. Welcome, hope you're doing good. Oh wait, it's survival horror. It's survival horror, but no, there's no crafting aspect to it, right? I'm okay with that. I mean, survival horror is like scary on its own already. More horror than survival? Oh. So I assume it's more like a story-based? A story-based experience, I would say? Maybe? No crafting, it's super good? Okay. I mean, every time when Breen says that it's super good, I trust it 100%. Because Breen plays many different games out there. And then there's me who only plays a few games out here. Right, there should be enough wood to last for a bit. Oh yeah, if you need any like post-stream, okay? Get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Definitely go get them. Very important, yeah? It's also a lot of puzzly things, but not like weird puzzle, but looking at something and figuring out stuff based on reading emails and environmental cues, it's so good. Ooh, that I'm okay with. Yeah, that one I'm pretty okay. I need ancient bark. It's something like Alien Isolation, where I just need to find clues around the place. That I'm okay with, right? Let me go get some ancient bark. Like Alien Isolation, you have to read the thing, read the terminals to get clues on what's going on and what you need and stuff like that. Alien Isolation is the only horror game that I've played twice, and I still get scared shitless because I'm a pussy in general when it comes to horror games. I'm just afraid. I'm scared of horror games. But horror games can be pretty fun too. I guess I played a few. I played Song of Horror and it's really good. Who? Where? How? I forgot how fucked up Swamp is. And we get ancient bark in peace. Alright, I need your blood bag. Thank you very much. I almost died, no? Wait, I'm gonna die. No, if I drink. Hiya! Routine. I'll take a look after stream. Oh yeah, today's stream is probably gonna be a little bit shorter than usual because family dinner after. I love how they're so tall and they can't even hit me. I'm cheating. Yeah, we need the trophies now. Now that I know what I can do with trophies, yeah, it's gonna be super good. It looks like I'm gonna need a bunch of ancient bark, so let's get more. Yeah, with this backpack I can grab so many things. Because whenever I put items into the backpack, it essentially reduces the item weight by like maybe 40%, 50%. Uh-oh. Wanna do that again? They just cannot hit me. More ancient bark. You know, being here, cutting trees like this, it made me realize something, right? Like, a few weeks ago, I was struggling so hard on Swamp, and now I'm just killing everything left and right. It makes me very happy. I can destroy Swamp now. Okay. I think this should be enough ancient bark. How many stacks? 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, 4 stacks of ancient bark should be more than enough, I would say. Alright, let's get back. Uh-oh. What do that again? Asshole. I'm just... Oh, don't know why I'm fixing it, but I'm fixing it. Oh, Leech Poison is so bad. Leech Poison lasts for 15 seconds, it's crazy. Alright, that's enough stuff, let's get back. This should be a good amount of silver. And ancient bark as well. I wanna see what I get for sacrificing that trophy. And this one. Epic shard. Rare. So Draugr and Leech is rare. Gyalfa is epic. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Hey. Okay, let's upgrade this stuff. Nice. Okay. Okay, I still want to... Oh, I'll save it. I still want to travel around... I want to set sail and go somewhere else. If only I can have Fenris hair. Oh. Oh yeah, let me go to my planes and check my flags. I need all the linen thread. Okay. I love mods. It makes planting... It saves me literal hours of the game. Just by planting things one by one. Yeah. I'm also glad that I'm not using these mods on like my first few bosses. Because it's like, after struggling without mods, and now with mods, I could just do this. And I can appreciate, like, what the mod does for me. It hits different. How much do they weigh? Very light. Okay, we good. Many flex. And barley. Now we should have enough flex for... We should have enough flex to last for a bit, I would say. Oh, I wanna sneeze. I'm okay. I'm sorry about that. Oh, I didn't bring my cultivator. I'm stupid. Well, let me go get it real quick. I forgot where I put my cultivator. Oh, the featherfall is so nice. Oh, there we go. Maybe the game realizes that whenever I jump normally, I would just lose health. And the game is like, oh yeah, this character probably needs featherfall, and now I got featherfall. Alright, time for magic. Whoa. That works. And I will need to plant some barley. Only some. I don't need too much barley actually. Done. Imagine if I plan this on my own, it's gonna take like at least 30 minutes. And that's at least 30 minutes. Ooh. Alright, let's go put the things. Maybe I can make one more. Iron nails and fine wood? Maybe not. My ears. Ooh. I'm probably going to use... I'm probably gonna have to make another... Yeah, another chest. Another chest for the sake of putting in barley and flax. Yeah, barley and flax. And that one though, I'll put it here. There should be enough coal to last for a bit. Silver ore. They've lost silver ore. Well, 2 stacks. Still a lot. Let's put back the cultivator. Let's go EP in my coin bed real quick, and then we're gonna set sail, and then I'm probably just gonna roam around the ocean and see if I can find any like floating islands or some sort, and then we can explore. Because apparently there's like abyssal hook, abyssal whatever things that was, that allows me to... Like ocean is like the third. Ocean is the same tier as swamp apparently, according to the identifying like mechanic. Yeah, exploring is always fun. Unless except when I die, and then I'll be pissy about it. I'll be an angry boat being... Oh wait, Angry, angry bold. Featherfall is so nice, holy shit. Like if I jump from here. Whee! I think food-wise we're good. We have an like longboat now, so we can explore safely. I think the serpent is not too scary. It feels like I can just kill it quite easily, surprisingly. So yeah, that's good to know. Food-wise, we're doing good, right? Be right back, food is ready. Of course, have good food. Onion glistone blood bags. Fish wraps. 7023. 7525. 2165. 6521. This one I'm using the pie. Pie is 7524. That's strong as heck. I might need a replacement for blood pudding. Might have to go back to turnip stew, but it's only 55. Oh, onion soup is 60? Well, maybe that's not too bad. Just have to go back to onion soup for a bit. Yeah. Alright, let's go set sail. Not too sure what I need to prepare for stuff like this, but I think it should be fine, question mark? I don't know. Okay, that's a lot of linen thread. I kinda wanna use the battle axe. The crystal battle axe, this one. It has chain lightning and it has poison damage. But I feel like he has too much of a swung edge and it's probably gonna destroy my bow. Maybe not. I'll refrain from using that for now. Alright, let's go set sail for real this time. I think there's a boat here. I guess I'm out of wood. Not anymore. Where? Uh-oh. I'm just gonna put it here for now. I'm lazy. I don't want to run back. Nope. I'm a lazy bulb. There's our ship. If we have a small one, we have a big one as well. Oh. 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 Oh, right, this is my serpent thing. Well, I was trying to get out there and hunt serpent. I'll just leave these here, it's fine. Alright. Time to go. I don't know how to set sail properly. This is how I do it? Go, go, go. Alright, where did we go? Yeah, let's just keep going up here. Why not? Like, keep going up, 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 up. Maybe we can find something. Here we go. I don't like the wind. I mean, I guess I could use Molder, but I feel like it's such a waste on. Because if I use Molder, Molder will always give me the tailwind. And now the wind changes sides, uh-oh. That works. Kobo handling ship. Like someone asks, who's the driver of this ship? And then they see a tiny kobold that's purple colored kobold, and like, oh. And then she goes, yep. Was that a fish? Oh, it is, okay. I think it's not raining, it's not storming, it's not nighttime, so there shouldn't be any sea serpent here. We are fine. I'm just gonna keep sailing up here because I'm pretty sure there's nothing here, right? That's just something else. I don't know what it is. You know what? I'm gonna use Smolder. It's fine. Alright, give it a tailwind. Oh yeah, it's so fast, oh my god. Molder still cries, makes me cry every time. It's sad Kobo noises. So with the power of Molder, Molder will always give me tailwind no matter where I'm facing. So yeah, that's really good. I remember the last stream I was trying to find sea serpent And I found one, I was trying to run away, and it immediately activates Smolder and just runs away. I should have brought one more weapon. I forgot to bring a portal. I'm actually dumb as balls, holy shit. You know, it's fine. It's okay. I'll be fine. I hope. Yeah, I do have another bolt right there. I don't think I see my bolt anymore. Did it drift off to somewhere else? It might have drifted off to somewhere else. It's okay, keep sailing. This is the Black Forest Merchant. Oh yeah, this is the first time I tried to... The first time I tried to explore plains. It was kind of fun. Oh my god, it's Raft? I know, right? Never played Raft before though. Right, we're in uncharted territory now. You should play it. The game looks tedious though. Like, at first you have to like throw whatever hook you have into the sea and then grab whatever things you have, and it looks like the storage in that game is very tedious to manage as well. Or like the inventory system. But then again, those are just my first impressions. When I see someone else play it, it's like, kind of tedious in general, right? Kind of tedious. Is it almost nighttime? I think if at any point I see a sea serpent, I can just like try to make it offshore as quick as possible. Is there really a floating island somewhere? Crazy. I mean, not that I can see any. Like, how is ocean the third tier along with swamp? Because it's like meadows, black forest, and then swamp, also with ocean, and then mountain, and then plains, I think. Or maybe not plains, I'm not too sure actually. Alright, we're in plains now. This is considered as plains? Crazy. That's swamp. Let's turn bolt. Careful Kraken. I mean, people have told me about Sea Serpent, which I've seen some. Never heard anything about Kraken before. Uh-oh, no more tailwind. And then the wind immediately wants... Oh my god, the wind. The wind is actually trying to bully me. The wind system is like, oh, no more motor? Well, let me just go to your... Well, go to the front of your sail real quick. It's like, holy shit, man. It's such a bully. Yeah, I thought I was pretty far already. I wonder what this Leviathan looked like. And then I don't know if I got debated, right? Like, what if there's actually no floating island? I mean, there is abyssal items, which I don't know how to get them from. I saw it from like the swamp tier identifiable item, right? There's like abyssal hook, and then there's like abyssal knife or something like that. Yeah, knife. And then I'm back in Meadows again? And then I have to go against the wind. Thanks, game. I feel like without Molder, the game will always give me like the bad wind and the bad wind area. That's plains, I think. Yeah, that's plains. That rock formation, that's plain. Smoldering Tomb. Should I go there? I guess I could try, but it's against wind, so... Ah, fuck it. Let's go. Fish on the boat? I would love to fish on the boat, but I don't know what fishing bait to use, so... Oh, there's one here. Howling Cavern? I mean, Howling Cavern one's like here, yeah. I bet there's bait to fish a serpent? Yeah, but I need a serpent trophy for that. I think. There's one bait variant that like... A bait variant that needs to use a serpent trophy to make. Which it says that it would like... The bait's so heavy, it would drop like deep down, so yeah. I can just drink. Oh, I'm not against wind anymore. Game. Getting close. What if the smoldering tomb is at planes? Is that why some of the planes gear will give fire resistance? Maybe. I'm in Black Forest currently, apparently. Is this the Black Forest here? Yeah, also, yeah, this world is gigantic as hell. I am still surprised that this game is only 1 gigabyte. 1? I think it's not as fast when it's not tailwind. Tailwind makes the boat move really fast. I think that's a serpent and a half, don't you think? You saw that, right? Chat? Am I schizo? But I thought I saw serpent. I was like, oh, it's nighttime, let's look at my back, and I saw something moving at the back. Well, we're closest to the motoring too. Maybe we can set sail here. Or we can like go ashore here. In meadows? Crazy. There should be planes somewhere there. Oh my god, is this actually perfect? Wow. I hope the ship will not fly away. I don't have anything to travel back, I'm so stupid. I mean, I guess I can go here, it's like the closest portal? Yeah. Let's go find Smoldering Tomb. I think it'll be fine. Oh, I'm not rested anymore. Whoa. Whoa. The pushback? What the heck? Can you guys stop? I'm trying to get the rested buff, like, come on. Luckily there's a shelter here. Am I sheltered? Yes, I am. Let me get that rested buff real quick. Okay. Oh, it's storming now. I want serpent. I want to go find serpent. It's storming now. Let's go. What did I ever do wrong to you, you bitch? Alright, set sail. Let's go find the serpent. Oh no, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, set sail. It's time to find serpent. I mean, it's nighttime and it's storming. This is perfect for serpent hunting. Let's sail slowly. We're already at the ocean biome. I should probably sail further. Oh, there it is. Get back. Go! We found the serpent! Get back! It's time to go ashore! Yo, that thing is so cool, oh my god. Alright, we're not too far ahead. I don't want to go too fast. Okay, maybe I need to go too fast actually. Oh my god, that thing is so fast. Help. Come on, go! This is a storm serpent, this is good. Alright, spin. Turn. This is perfect. Alright, wait for me for a bit, see something. Let me just go up real quick. What the heck is going on here? The brute is winning? The brute is winning? What the hell? I mean the serpent is... Oh, there we go. Go serpent, go serpent, go! 你阿妈幾憎可以找死是嗎？真是。I'll help you, sir. 你阿媽，你夠了沒有？神經病啊你！Okay, we good. Whoa, shit. Where did the serpent go? I think serpent ran away. No way. Oops. Oops. Come on. Thanks for destroying my crafting table, asshole. Well, I don't know where the serpent has gone to. My food is delicious. Oh, heck yeah. They just had to do it. Huh. I couldn't find the sea serpent anymore. Oh. It was so low health, it almost died. Sounds like the sea serpent was also eating well while I was away. Kind of. Although the Grey Dwarf Brute was kind of giving it a bit of a whammy. Right, here we go, find the serpent again. It shouldn't despawn, this is a storm serpent. Oh my god, waves. What is that? What the hell is that? That's not natural lightning, that's not. Maybe that's Thor? Well, all I know Thor is very stingy, so... Maybe? Well, that thing is gone. Let's get back. Ugh, I'm gonna vomit. Is there like a spawning cooldown for sea serpent? It definitely has not died. I mean, it didn't die, it just sort of ran away after being low health. And it's not storming anymore. Let's get back then. That's unfortunate. This music is funny. I think Mario Kart music in general is just like great. Although sometimes when things happening in Valheim and then that music plays, it fits in a weird way, I guess. And then we spin. Might be a little bit too late on the spin. Yeah. Anyway. That's a future me problem. Wasn't there something swimming just now? Okay. You miss Serpent too much? Yeah. Is that like a tiny civilization? Or used to be a civilization? That's a lot of structure. What? Draugr? Oh, civilization! This is Meadows though, this is so fucked up. What if I'm just like, ah, la, 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 I'm in Meadows and then suddenly 10,000 Draugr came out of nowhere? No way, this game is so mean. They would actually put body pile here. In Meadows, what the hell? Is this like a very specific spawn? Right, they can hit me like this. I'm elevated. Ooh. I destroyed the chest. I'm keeping all the trophies now. Wow, that's a terrible chest. What if someone who just started playing stumbled upon this place? Like, I would just cry. Like, these are swamp tier enemies. It's crazy. Black Forest gear? Meadows gear? Black Forest gear? I guess I could just sacrifice them. They probably just make them not generate near spawn. Oh, that's a good way of doing it. Yeah. One more, I guess. Oh, shelter? Oh, the fire is too far. Wait. Okay, there we go. This is the spot to get that rested buff. Nice. Alright, let's keep going. Interesting little meadows place. I kinda ran faster than a deer. I don't need any more queen bee, so I'm not destroying the beehives here. Hi Nina. Hello, hello. We're in Black Forest now? Smoldering Tomb is in the Black Forest? Hope Nina is doing good. Welcome, welcome. I feel like I can only play for a little bit more. Oh yeah, Thistle. Do I need more blueberries? Might as well, I'm in the Black Forest. Especially Thistle, I'm gonna get them. Oh, bird. Hello. Watch your step, warrior. I have a feeling this place could be more challenging than one might expect. Well, I remember you saying that at the Howling Cavern, so this must be another mini-boss in there. Should be fine. I mean, this is Black Forest, how hard could it be? Missed the stream yesterday, but Twitch still let me keep my stream. Oh, nice! That good, that good. I'm going in. Smoldering Tomb. What? Is it because I'm too small? If I die here, I swear to God. What if I log out and come back in? Do I save? It was 20 minutes ago though. What if I save here and then I soft lock myself and then this character is like dead? No, I'll log out and I'll log out and then I come back in just in case. Hi Shin Fox. This is unfortunate. So I cannot do Smoldering Tomb because I'm too small? Yeah, that's a wild situation. If that soft locks me, I don't know how I feel, honestly. No. GG. GG. What to do? Oh no. I soft locked myself. What? Here's the situation. There's a thing called /die. My items will be lost forever. And I don't think I like that. That's fucked up, man. Nice skybox though, but no. What is this safe for then? What? Maybe you will loop, hopefully. I mean, the thing is, I have Feather Fall, so I'm dropping way slower. Reset spawn? No, that's not gonna work. What do I do? No, no, that's not how this ends. This is not how this run ends, no. Is it a teleport function? Let me check. Teleport by command. Oh. dev commands enabled? Hold control and then ping somewhere on the map and you will portal there? If you like to play with dev commands and debug mode enabled, then you have the teleport on command function that uses hotkeys on the map. Hold control then ping somewhere on the map and you will portal there. So how do I activate the dev command? Enable cheats by adding -console to Steam launch option. Then type dev command in game. What if I try it now? Okay. Using dev command is not recommended and it's done at your own risk. Okay. So now it's true. If I were to teleport there, they say hold control and... Oh, I'm still dropping. So hold control and ping. No, it doesn't work. Want to go to a random portal or something? Maybe some fly mode? In debug mode, Z to fly. Debug mode? Press F5 to open console. Control middle mouse debug mode, open the map, hold control, click the middle mouse button. How do I enable debug mode? Valheim debug mode. Under the general tab, write -console without quotes in the launch option box. Okay, in the Steam library, Valheim properties drop down -launch box. In game, bring up the console with F5. The new command to enable command is dev commands. Oh, do I have to have the console thing? I guess that's why. Yeah, it's okay. Let's quit the game real quick. I mean, the game auto saves the character whenever where it is, so... I'm gonna fly for quite a bit, but it's okay. I have Fatal Fall, so essentially I drop kind of slow, so yeah. And then we have Cloud Error, thanks. A general... Maybe if you rejoin, it just puts you back up. I mean, I did rejoin just now, but it's still... Maybe. Okay, let's see. We have that now, right? So F5, enable command dev commands. Change from I'm a cheater from the heart of thinking. Oh, so it's dev command, right? Right, let's give it a try. Who knows? Maybe that could help. I guess no one expects to, no one in the dev team expects a small character to just drop off a floor of a smoldering tomb. Did it change the settings? It did. Whoa, I can see everything so clearly. 8, 5, 6 commands. So now I have that, right? In debug mode, Z to fly. Okay, let me try using the fly function. Z to fly. Nope, Z is blood pudding. That doesn't work. What? I mean, I have dev command working now. I love how the website says I'm using ad blocker and then there's like 10,000 ads still showing. Player command, okay, let's see. Respawn kills the character. Wow. Cheat commands. Press enter, activate cheat commands. And press enter again. Available in single player or manually hosted mode only. Didn't work on dedicated server. Okay. Reviews the entire map. Wow. Same as in debug mode. Press Z with debug mode. Okay, if I just type fly, it should work. Was it coming to space? The game did. Am I flying up? I can't tell if I'm going up or going down actually. If I hold space, I'm up here. There's no indication if I'm going up or down. Oh no. Display coordinates. Coordinate. POS shows player coordinate. Okay. It was 4,200. Is that adding Y is going down? Wait, no, adding Y is going up, right? Minus is down, so wait, no, how is this even possible? What if I just teleport to... Oh wait, no. The position is like my map position. Unless it's dead? I mean, usually it's Y, right? Up, down? Teleport, teleport. Go to X and Z, not Y? So is Y supposed to be 0? Oh no. Creatures. Recall name. Teleport all players matching the name to your position. Recall name is imagine. Seems like it. Why is the height? Since it's the only value that changed. Yeah, but how is it? How is it adding? Okay, if I keep falling, let it fall for a bit. Okay. Excuse me? Oh, am I not falling anymore? Oh, I think because I'm flying, so I'm not falling anymore. So if I press control... Okay, so... Going down decreases the number, going up increases the number. What's the default? What's the default number? What if you log out then load into another world, the number, you know? Oh, did I loop? It could be that I looped. And then now I'm like way up in the sky. I think that's what happened. Let's try go down. The loop is real? Maybe. I'm just sort of guessing here, right? I'm not too sure. That's gonna take a while. Not into another world, then log back into this one. For science, I guess. Let's hope this is a real loop. If it's not, then, well... moon's gone. Okay. I am looping! What the hell? I didn't believe that. Honestly, I didn't too, but I'm just sort of guessing because of the numbers. It wouldn't make sense because if I go up, numbers go up. I go down, numbers go down, and I'm at 4,200, right? And I don't think that makes sense, so I actually looped. Wow. So can I still go back to where I was? I feel like this is probably gonna break the game. I should probably move back to where this is, right? In sky, yeah. Well, the game made me need to do this. Because the go-to can only... It's only X and Z location. There's no Y location, apparently. Interesting way to fast travel. Ooh, do tell. All this. Maybe I should move my coordinate back to this smoldering tomb. I don't know why I'm here. Oh my god, I'm zooming. Okay, this should be the coordinate. Alright, let's keep going down. It's so fast. Imagine that I have to press control for so long. Holy shit. Fucking smoldering tomb, man. Oh my god. And cheating, I had to. The game broke. That's why. That's why I fell down the floor. That's insane. Okay, we're back. Also, hi, Zeus. And scuff terrain, exactly. Well, let's save here. Got him. Is there a spawner here? Shiny. I like shiny. Actually, we don't need this. It's only one. Do I need yellow mushroom? I think I do. I don't remember. Okay. You are like 200,000 times easier than whatever that wolf boss is. Holy shit. Woo! Well, that's new. Okay, not heavy anymore. Still burning? Okay. How heavy is this? 0.5? It's not that heavy actually. Give me shiny. Oh. Oh, it's just a wooden door. I don't think I need bones. I have way too many bones in my base. Oh, did you move it? There we go. It's all like 1-star bone here. Come on. I keep hitting the door. Oh. Not even a bit of a circling core here? I actually didn't think the Smoldering Tomb would be at Black Forest, to be honest. Alright, one more area. What the heck? That's it? I guess I'm here for the sake of that chest only. Well, I guess that's everything. What a hassle. Never going back to this tomb, smoldering tomb again. Okay, that worked out well. Still haven't found any like floating island. I was sailing a lot, but I don't think I can play more. It's almost 6 p.m. It's 5:21, so it's sad, but I think I have to stop here. I want to play more of these tomorrow then. Yeah. More Valheim tomorrow. Or maybe if I feel like it, I might even like stream a little bit more during nighttime, but chances are extremely low though. Is there a bear? Didn't expect to see a bear here. Just in time too, I need bears though. Holy damage! Was it a 1-star bear? Oh my god, it is! We want trophies now because I can sacrifice trophies to get more shards and stuff. Do we need troll hide? Oh, nah. We don't need troll hide. Let's go to my boat and I'm probably gonna stop there. Oh. You got me. Shiny. Actually, I never thought about destroying things, like... Excuse me, what? That's how you get tin? You just destroy barrels? Well, no one told me that. Well, every time I see a barrel, I know what to do. Uh-oh. I forgot a feather fall. I just need to destroy barrels to get the good stuff. I think I'm almost out of mushrooms. And raspberries? Yeah, let's just get them. I already forgot which one I'm like not enough. Well, not much discovery today, but we did set sail for a long time and discovered the tomb. The thing that we can give it to the plains merchant. I think from here, because I didn't bring any like I didn't bring any portal, which is dumb. But from here, I think I can just go back here to the Black Forest merchant, and I can just go back easy. But I'm probably not gonna do that now though. Magic bronze buckler. I can just sacrifice that. Alright, that's the ship. So tomorrow, or less likely tonight, then I'm going to board this ship, go back here, and then go back to my house, do something, and then use the boat. Use the boat to traverse more, to maybe find some floating islands maybe? I'm not too sure, but maybe there's actually floating islands. I think. I don't know if this will cause like the ship to like sail slower, question mark? I hope not. But I'm putting all the heavy stuff into the boat. Because trophies are surprisingly heavy. Some, right? Some are heavy. Alright, good enough. This is tree, boom. Put it here. Put Chinese in there. Mm-hmm. This is Meadows gear. I think Meadows and Black Forest gear, I can just sacrifice them to get the shards and regions and dust and everything. So yeah, it's on a little bit of a shorter side, but I have family dinner tonight, so I have to end it here. I want to play more. Hi Hus. No, and I just got here. I'm sorry, couple friend. I'm so sorry. I have to end. I have a family dinner tonight. I'm sorry. Well, maybe tomorrow I can stream a little bit longer than usual. Hopefully, maybe. I have to go on a road trip on Tuesday though. I'm sorry, friend. No, the crying Kobo, it's too much. No. I'm gonna cry too, oh no. I will cry with the Kobo. I didn't get you to tell me about my brand. Well, you can tell me about the brand now. I want to listen about your bread. Bread. Salo is streaming. Salo is streaming. Oh, Zeal is streaming. Oh. I never really raided Zeal before. I made iron corn flour bread. It was great. Nice and full and chewy. Also got some high quality deli meat and it's going with the bread. Oh. Nice and full and chewy bread. Ooh. I'm not too sure what iron corn flour is. But nice and full and chewy sounds pretty good. Heck yeah. It's okay, I can handle this last few days. Oh, I think tomorrow would be the last day because the day after, because on Tuesday I have to go on a road trip and I don't think I can do that, so I'll most likely just take it off. It's rather closer to what we used in the medieval? Is it medieval ages? Like those... Ah, okay. It's okay, I don't know how to spell that word as well. Word's hard. I will enjoy Nom. Thank you, Evie. Well, we can rate Zeal. Let's rate Zeal. And once I rate, I probably have to run off, so yeah. Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging around, Shin. Night, Bracky. Alright, it's on a little bit of a shorter side, but I still wanna plug. I have coffee. Coffee helps. There's even a monthly subscription thing if you fancy helping more. Heck yeah. And I also have a Discord channel. Boom. Discord, good. I announce my stream stuff over there. And I also have a Dragon Simply corner there. If you fancy dragons, but there's also art share, of course. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. And then maybe just get the rate message. We're gonna rate Zeal. I think Zeal is strong enough to give another Kobold a piece, I think. Even though Zeal himself is another Kobold as well. Take care, Zri. Thank you. And I think that's everything. Yeah, that should be it. Okay, let me type in the rate to Zeal. I almost typed shout out. It's so tight that my brain doesn't work anymore. Anyway, I typed in the raid, so before the raid, Kobo wants to say, thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Zeal, another Kobold friend. Hiya. another Kobo friend. I think I'll probably just press the right now button because I'm currently in a bit of a rush. A little bit of a rush here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna press the right now button. Well, take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Take care. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care.